Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're doing all right this morning and got a good night's sleep. I didn't. This stuff is keeping me up at night. It's keeping me up, I'm telling you. Right. So, where are we today? So yesterday we got so far in the stream and it was pretty good. And then I did a bit more work last night for about another 3 hours or so. And I ran into an issue where Floem was panicking. And of course it made me panic and, yeah. So I hopped on the Discord for the Floem, where all the Floem devs hang out. And one of the devs was kind enough to offer some assistance. And then when I woke up this morning, there's a pull request against my branch. And there's a whole bunch of changes in it. One of the things is the fix, but there's loads of other things in it that, there's some coding style things, difference of like how you might organize some of the view creation code, for instance. And we're going to have a look at it and port in the changes one by one to learn from the pull request, because the pull request is like one giant commit as opposed to lots of little individual things, which made it somewhat difficult to review. So let's first, before we do that, let's show you where we're currently at. Let me bring up the example on my machine now, make sure that behaves. Well, it doesn't, let me just, okay, hold on, let me show you what's going on. Right, I had to do a cargo update, I rebased the branch on the latest version of Floem, and some other things happened this morning as well. So let me try and get it to a point where we might actually be able to compile the code that I was working on last night after it's been rebased this morning. No. You see, no. I didn't have these issues last night, but I've done a cargo update this morning. And this was one of the issues that I was having yesterday. Let me log this. Yeah. That'll fix one of the issues that I had yesterday. Right, that issue has gone. Now we've got to deal with this. I don't know. Why there might be an issue here. Right. Oh, well, this interview. I'm just kind of curious. No. That's unusual. So I did notice some changes in some of the examples. So let's just see how we're supposed to create buttons now, because apparently it's not the same anymore. Oh, wait, no. You go button. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing differently? I'm going button, and then it's got what? Trait view is not implemented for the closure. Oh, so do you just not need to do that anymore? Right. Because this one just took a string here, right? So they've changed the way you create buttons. So that's a thing on it itself. Right, yeah, okay, let me show you where I was at. So, we've got a Floem window, and we can add home tabs, great. We can open files, and it crashes. That's where I got to yesterday. Right. So the first thing is to fix that. Now, let's look at the pull request that the developer made for me. So here's my repo. No, here's my repo, right? And there's a pull request from the author, which has got some changes in it. But the author has updated his version of Floem, right? So most of these commits are from the update. So the only real changes are in this commit, but this commit has many changes, right? What we're interested in first is fixing the panic. Right, so apparently the fix is, and I had to ask the author where the fix was, is around this bit here. So what happens where it's currently panicking, which is here, so this panics basically. Maybe this bit here, in fact. So selection is a signal, right? And it clones the selection and then tries to create a label which is either none, or if the contents of the signal, which is an option, is some, then it creates a message containing the offset and the length, right? But it's dying here. Now apparently the reason it's dying is because the callback that creates the instance of text document in the main code is done on another thread. Now I didn't create this thread. I didn't even know there was another thread involved. However, there is. So, where is this thread being created? Right, so we've got open. When open is pressed, we use open file, and it creates a new file dialog. And if some file has been selected in the dialog, then this callback closure here happens, right? And this, as I understand it, is running a different thread. So what happens is that when we create our new text document, this creates a signal, and this creation of the signal is happening on another thread. Now the developers of Floem say, we're going to try and fix our code so that the signals can be sent across threads, because apparently they can't at the moment, but for some technical reasons which I am not aware of, signals are not marked as not send. So they can be sent across threads at the moment, but they don't work when they are. But this isn't obvious. So it's sort of like you want to go impl not send for RW signal T. It's something like that they need, but apparently this doesn't work. And you have to do something else. Anyway. So that's where the problem is occurring. So they said they need to fix that. So the workaround at the moment is to not do it in a different thread. So let's see how the author suggested and how we do this. So they create an effect and move the opening code into an effect. And then this effect will run on the main thread. Now, that doesn't seem entirely unreasonable to do it like that. Let's have a look. Where does it do the open file bit? Well, there's the open file, right. So this is the previous case. So now the callback. Right, I see. So this signal is created on the main thread, so it can be used by the other thread. Right. And it just sends the information about the file that was opened. And then an effect is created that uses the signal, which will have been signaled by the other thread. Yeah, it doesn't seem entirely unreasonable. So let's see if we can work that out and just port this in ourselves manually. Now, the reason I'm not just merging all the code is because if I did that, then I wouldn't learn. And the whole point of this exercise is to learn and evaluate. So I haven't created an effect before, so this will be a good chance to create an effect. Right, so the problem is this bit of code here needs to happen in the main thread. Right? So let's cut that out of there and go create effect. And effects get triggered when the signals that they use are changed. And it knows which signals will have an impact on the effect or cause the effect to be rerun again. Because when you call get on a signal while you're running an effect, it makes a subscription on the signal, as I understand it. Right, but what we don't have is the signal yet. So the author suggests creating an opened file signal, which seems reasonable indeed. And the file info that you get is what we use here. So I guess we'd go open file.set file, which is the file info. Look, and this is another info. Yeah. It's like an RFD result type, really. Just call it a result object. Like, I know it's called file info here, right? But this file info like, I'm really hating the fact that there's loads of structures with just info just tacked onto the end of them in Floem. I'm really hating it. I know hate is a strong word, but I am really hating it. Like, this is file dialog result. Something like that, right? Info. No. We're going to shadow this. We're going to use this horrible info thing here, and the plague will spread. into my code base, which I don't like. And I'm only doing that, right, because this is called file info, and it's a structure. So this is obviously a file info, right? If this was called file dialog result, then this would be called file dialog result, but with underscores, right? So it's consistently wrong, but at least it's consistent. I mean, wrong is my opinion, of course, you know, but there we are. Righto, righto, moving on. So we're trying to set this signal. Great, yay. We need this file info. And then when you do a create effect, you give it a closure, and the closure takes... It takes an optional T. What's the... What's the option T? Is this... Where's F? I'm not entirely sure why it's got that there. Okay, well... Oh, this is the file info, right? Is it? No. No. This is where we need to go. Open file dot. I suppose we can get this. And we just unwrap that. I think probably. Wait, what? It's an option. Why is it complaining about that? That's kind of weird. What's the problem? Is it just... I'm not sure about this create effect thing yet. Let's have a look at how create effect is used by everybody else. So there's a move and an underscore. When would you ever want this argument, and what is this argument? It's a bit weird. Option of nothing. Right, because this is option of unit. So I don't know when you would want to return something from here. Like, if I return 42 here, then we get an option I32. Do you get the last value that it returned when you run an effect again? I don't know, it seems a little odd. I don't really understand that yet. Still, there we are. So... I don't think it needs to be an option. Like if you open a file, you opened a file, right? So, but we can't create the signal unless it's an option. Yeah, okay, fine. It's kind of unnecessary to update the signal if it's sort of none there, you see, so it's kind of weird. How about we go if fileinfo.isSum, then set it. Right, and we don't set the signal unnecessarily. because if we set it to none, there's nothing really to do. So, you know, we always want to unwrap it. That's probably better. What did the author have? Let's have a look. But this, that's quite funny. Okay, so it didn't unnecessarily set it, but you still use the if let thing, which I don't, and then you sort of recreate a new option without it. Just, this is already an option, right? So just use it. Will that not work? Am I missing something? That's fine. We can do that. This needs to move into here, probably. Okay. And let's run it. And then we're going to go open. We don't even get the file dialog anymore. Why? Why? You can't make this up. You can't make it up. Okay. What did I do? Is it me? Is it me this time? Open pressed. Right. We go create an effect. Right, I see. So this create effect runs immediately. That's fine. That it was me that time. So I was thinking this create effect is only going to get run when the thing is there, but it runs immediately, and the first time it runs, it's not there. And it has to run immediately, because otherwise it doesn't know how to subscribe to the... It won't create any subscriptions for the signals that you're using. So, I need a fan. I also need less noisy builders. There we go. Right. One of my neighbours is renovating their house. They've got builders there every day. And pretty much every single thing that builders do is noisy. And even if they're doing the quiet jobs, they're still noisy because they have the music playing very loud normally. And you know, I'm not going to hold it against them because you need a bit of music when you're tiling floors. Right. Okay, so what are we going to do here? I guess we could either bail out early. Or we could just nest everything. I suppose this is one of these weird cases where you don't want to do any nesting, right? Because I could go if let some file info is file info, and then just nest everything, right? But just this, all this nesting with this if let stuff, I want to sort of bail early. So I don't really like the extra nesting. I like the fail fast thing because the reason I don't like doing that is because it forces you to have to go to the bottom of this to see if there's any more code here. Right? Which we don't like. We don't like having to scroll unnecessarily. So, I mean, can we convert this into okay, and we want to create an Can you use question mark on an operator, on an option? I always forget this. How do you go from an option into a result that you can put a question mark on the end so you can bail early? Let's come back to that thought another day. If file info is none, then return, and then I suppose we go let file info is file info.unwrap and just reassign it. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a better way of doing this. Shall we see? Is there a better way of doing this? Let's see what happens. To use if let, no, I specifically don't want to use if let or the question mark operator. Yeah, I want to use the question mark operator. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Can you just do that then? Does it work? Does that work? Yeah, you see, it doesn't return. It doesn't return a result. You see. You see, it's just eh. This is where we want these. We want these try blocks. This is the situation where this feature would be useful, because you want to be able to go try and then put a question mark on it and then just bail. Anyway, so that doesn't really work because this doesn't return an option. I mean, if I went okay like this at the end of this, is that going to fix it? Can only be used on results, you see. This isn't a yeah, but I want to use the question mark operator, but get returns an option, not a result. Let's just see what ChatGPT says. Don't use this AI thing much, but you know, maybe it's useful in some situations. Yeah. What does it say? Question mark, where is it? Oh, this was supposed to be a sum. Was it? Ah, okay, fine. Which is all manner of dumb. Yeah, I suppose you get an error and all this kind of thing, right? And it's just like, but you don't really want an error. I don't really want to introduce some new error handling thing, and it's it'll do. What did the author do? What did the author of this thing do? He went, if let some return. Wait, does this stay in... Oh, does that stay in scope? Oh, maybe I'm misunderstanding how Rust works. I thought that when you did this, that went out of... that the scope of this file info what? Oh, else. Oh, I'm learning stuff today. Get else. Does that work? How does that work? Open file.get else. I haven't seen this syntax before. What's going on here? Oh, it's not if let, it's let. But wait, this. I thought the scope of that was going to be like the missing bit here. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well I learned something today. That was good. Huh, okay, fine. Okay, well ChatGPT didn't tell us that, did it? Or maybe it did and I missed it. Yeah. Yeah, you see, ChatGPT didn't help us. It didn't come up with that answer. All right, very good. Moving on. Let's, I guess, hold on. Why didn't you suggest doing this? Ah, yes, it says. Let's see. I didn't initially suggest it because it's relatively new, but it's definitely an elegant solution. Okay, fine. Right. Yeah, and that's exactly what I wanted. It's like, I don't want to add extra code to the bottom of this thing, of this closure, like the sum thing that you used to have to do, and I just want to bail out, but apparently this works. So yeah, okay. Fine. Moving on. Right, what happens now? Can we select a file? We can select a file now, that's good. Can we actually open a file? Yes. Okay. This is good. Right. So, let's do this. Right, so that does indeed seem to fix, and notice that we didn't actually change the document. Like, we weren't here when we made the fix, and that's what made this particular bug annoying and confusing to a newcomer. The fix was just like miles away from where the problem was occurring. Right? Okay. So what we're going to do is do a commit now. I'm going to do that, and I'll keep the other bit for later. So right, I'm just going to do a commit for the fix, and then I have to come back and do that. No, hold on. Let me do it the other way first. Hold on. Okay, we're going to go clean up white space. Just that, right? And then we've got some other unrelated changes to get it to compile. Fix updated way of creating buttons. And I think there were a couple more, weren't there? Yeah, these ones. Main. Because we rebased on this. Right. So then what? Right, now we've got the actual fix. Right. So we want all of that, and we want this. Right. Fix panic, and this is the important bit. Fix panic by ensuring that the RW signal for the newly created document is created on the main thread. This is achieved by using an effect on the main thread and a signal in the file open callback. I think it was file open, wasn't it? Oh, open file. Yeah. That's the fix. Fix panic by ensuring that RW signal for the newly created document is created on the main thread. This is achieved by using an effect on the main thread and a signal. A signal which triggers the effect. Right. Okay, good. So, what we can do now is have a look at this. Let's go compare with branch. I really wish this compare with ... in here let you select like a git branch or something like that instead of just coming up with a dialog thing, because I'm always picking this instead of going into here and going compare with branch. Like, yeah, the UI for the context menu is better in Eclipse. I've always found this with IntelliJ IDEs, is that they don't really think too much about how the users are going to use the UI as well as the people that make Eclipse do. It just seems to be like stuff slapped around like everywhere, you know, without too much thought as to the groupings of things and how users are going to use it and whether they're going to be confused or not. It's my experience anyway. In recent years it's got better. But, you know, you don't really care that you're using Git as your SVN, as your SCM solution, right? You know, maybe there's some specific Git things that you want to do, but most of the operations that you want to do is like compare this, diff this, you know, compare with repo and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, I have to look under a Git menu. Why? I just want to compare things. I don't care that I have to do a Git compare. I just want to compare things. And then it's like, the primary thing you want to do is compare something. The secondary thing is how do you want to compare it, not the other way around. Anyway, rant over. Moving on. Right. Yeah, it's easy to sit on the fence and point your fingers at stuff. At some point, you've got to step up and actually do it properly yourself, haven't you? All right then. Maybe I'm going to create something and someone's going to have a rant at me and go, "Why did you do it like this? What were you thinking?" And at least they can come back to this video and point this out to me. Right? Oh dear. Moving on. Okay, so we're trying to compare stuff. What are we doing? Branch. Compare with branch, right. So I made another branch earlier on my machine which has got all the changes that the author did here. And now we've got some changes, so we can't just keep going back to the repo to see what the changes are because we've already got other changes now. So instead of looking at this, we're going to look at this. So what other changes did he suggest? There was one interesting one which I think I want to tackle first because it's quite simple. And that was the differentiating the types of keys used in the application state, which was this. So we've got a doc key and a tab key. I don't like doc key. It should be document key really. I've used document everywhere else. I don't want to suddenly introduce doc abbreviation. But we'll try doing this and see where we get. I'm not sure where this new key type thing comes from. Maybe we'll see it in the import somewhere. We've got new key type. Maybe it comes from... I'm looking at the wrong side. It comes from slot map new key type. Yeah, okay, fine. That's kind of what I expected. So we'll bag that. But we'll call it document key. And then maybe we don't need this default key anymore. That's the idea, right? So now we've got two key types and we can use these key types everywhere. So we use document key and tab key. Tab key, right? There might be other places where we need to fix this. Let's just compile it and see what happens. So this build view wants a default key, but really it should be a tab key. And the same goes for this one. I'm happy about that. I did note that to myself sort of internally yesterday when I was doing these document key things. Yep. Okay. So that should be okay like that then. There's some import statements that need to be fixed up. Right. Let's fix up the warnings. Right, it's not that. That one. Goodbye. And this one. Goodbye. So we've got our own keys now. So everything's fine. Right. Are these keys living in the right place? Right, because we've got this tab key and it's defined here. But no. We've got tabs. Right. And we've got a mod for these things. It feels like these things should at least either be here or the keys for them should be with the particular type of thing that it is. But maybe it's not. Document, no. They don't even belong there actually. No, I'm going to undo that. And they probably belong here. That's probably where they belong. Let's fix that. Create documents tab key. Oh wait, hold on. One's a document key and the other one's a tab key, isn't it? Hold on. We're getting our things mixed up here. Yeah, let me go back to where I put those. So we've got a document key. Yeah, okay. And then we've got a tab key. That's where they need to be. That's better. Yeah, I think it's okay. Let's have a look. Let's think about this. So we're dealing with a home tab and the dependency is on another thing. Can we go super tab key like this here? Probably. Yeah, okay. So then in the document thing, we've got this, and then in this one, let's check the import statement. Image document. Yeah, that looks right. That looks better. We don't need this here anymore. Oh, no, we're okay. Okay, that looks better to me. So what do we do? We move the document keys around. Change the application state to use keys, move the key type into the different types of things that need the keys, and everything's good. Right. So, use different types to distinguish between different types of keys. Also prevents transposition errors. Which are now caught at compile time, probably. That is because the signature of some of the methods now, instead of using a default key, it uses a specific kind of key. It means you can't accidentally pass the wrong kind of key into it, and when you try and do so, you get a compilation error. That's what I mean by this message here. Also prevents transposition errors, which are now called at compile time, which is good. So where do we do that, for instance? Here, this build view, we can't now pass a default key in it. We have to pass in a document key, which is much better. Right, yeah, cool. I kind of sort of want to know a little bit about how this new key type works. Yeah, entirely prevent using the wrong key in the wrong slot map. Yes, exactly. Does not implicitly convert. Yeah, fine. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Commit. All right. What's next? So, can we see? So we've dealt with this. One of the other things that the author did is rearrange a lot of the code. So this is more of a stylistic change. So this chunk here is basically assigned to something which can avoid using a comment, which is good because comments go stale over time and no one wants to look at comments, right? So if you see let toolbar equals, you know what this code is going to do. It's trying to create a toolbar. So this approach is good. So let's do that. Firstly, right. So basically, this bit we extract this. Where's the refactor extract to variable? Introduce variable, and we'll call it toolbar. Right, and then we can repeat the same for the other things, I suppose. Refactor, introduce variable, tab bar. And now obviously we don't need those comments. And then we've got content. Let's call it document container. So now we've got a VStack created with a toolbar, tab bar, and a document container. Right, and then the details of each of these things are created up here. Fine. Yeah, that's definitely better. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Here we go. Okay, does it work? It might. Probably should. You know it does. Okay. So one of the other things that's irking me is this behavior here. Like, why is this like this? That's what I want to know. Because when I pulled in all the changes from the pull request that was made and resized this thing, it didn't have this issue. So I asked the author, what did he do to fix that? And he said, I don't know. I never had the problem. I'm like, well, that's not good. Changing the behavior of a code without knowing what that you've changed the behavior of it, that's just not good. So the question is, what made it change? So we're going to keep an eye on that as we go through the other changes. So let's just let's do a commit for this. So introduce local variables to reduce nesting and the need for comments. Something like that. Okay. All right, let's see what else there is. I don't like the way all of this stuff is just like that. Also, my preference for indentation is that if you're doing dot on something, you always indent 4 spaces. Like, I would never do this. I would always do this. 4 space indent on a continuation. Otherwise you don't really know, sort of like, you know, yeah. It's kind of weird. Continuation indent style, interesting. I don't know what the Rust format thing would do to it, but it probably wouldn't be nice. Kind of curious though at some point. Okay, so let's see if we can see if there's any other changes in here. So this has got an action as opposed to an on-click stop. What's the difference between an on-click stop and an action? Is this just a sort of like wrappery thing for that? What's the difference? Like, what's the difference here? It's just, yeah. I mean, it sort of makes more sense. I'll go with that. So this must be a recent change in Floem then that they added this. When was this added? Yeah, like a couple of days ago. Fine. Let's see. Okay, I've done it again, on lick stop. Right, in my code. None. We're okay. Good. So there's no more of those. Let's commit that. So this is use updated button API. we're all good. Next change. So that change is now gone, and then we've got this style, but this is just white space change, right? Yeah. Then we've got this. What's happening here? This is... I mean, I know you can do it if there's only one statement in there, but the next thing that happens normally when you're writing this code is that you go some other stuff. So my preference is to put the braces in there, unless it's like one, a really simple thing. This is not a really simple thing. Interestingly, this into any doesn't appear. Oh, yes, it does. Yeah, arguably this should be on a separate line. Yeah, okay. We'll do that. Continuation. Continue. Yeah. Fine. What else? Okay, let's go back up here. So that's all the same. That's just white space. And then we've got, what have we got here? Content tab, document container. Yeah, it's fine. I bet it's not actually, yeah, maybe I was wrong by calling it document container. I did think about that when I did it. Maybe it is just the content. I'm not sure yet. Let me think about it. So, what's the difference here? So it's using a tab. What's a tab? Yeah, I didn't know that there was a tab. Huh. Is this new? Or was it there before? Widget gallery. Examples. Looking for examples. Okay. This looks like... I didn't see an example for this. Let's have a look to see if we can find this. Has this been around forever? Yes. Okay, we just didn't see it then. That's interesting. Why? Oh yes, there is this. Maybe I did see a bit of this the other day. There's this it sort of goes through and builds a hash on things to try and work out what has actually changed in this list of tabs or something. And then it goes apply diff or something. Update state, tab state diff. Yeah, no, I did see this. I just forgot about it when I was trying to use it. This, apply diff. I do remember seeing this. I just forgot that it existed. So we should probably be using one of these instead of a dim container. because maybe there's more updates that happen to this container than is necessary unless you're using a tab. Okay, so let's do that. So how does it work? We've got a tab. Let's have a look. This tab, right? And you create a tab by giving it a whole bunch of things, and there isn't an example for it. So let's just see if there's other examples. Tab navigation. Oh, where's this? Oh, there is an example for it. Okay. Let's run this. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, when I saw the layout thing, I wasn't expecting to find tabs and all that kind of stuff in there. But I guess it is sort of like a layout thing. This is kind of what we're going for. So that's nice. There is an example for that. Okay, what's this? Let's have a look at these other ones while we're here. Because I want one of these. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering about how you do these. Okay, good. Left sidebar. Right sidebar. What's Holy Grail going to be? Is it going to show me a picture of a Holy Grail? I'm not entirely sure. We should be mixing religion in with these examples, to be fair. Like, why isn't it just called left and right sidebars? It's not a Holy Grail to me. Grails? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of Monty Python. But Holy Grail? Moving on. So that's interesting. Okay, so you can use tabs. There's already tabs. I didn't know there was tabs. Well, that might make our life a bit easier. But we went down this path once before with Visio, and we tried to use the tab view in Visio, and it turned out that was only for static things. But because I've already had a quick look at this code, and I noted that, you know, it does seem to have some thought for the children that need to update themselves. So that's interesting. Okay, let's carry on. Let's carry on. Where did our diff go? I don't know. Oh, it was here, wasn't it? This one. Okay, so we've got this tab. So let's look at tabs. Interesting. And let me bring up that tab navigation one again. Right, so let's see if I can work this out because it's not entirely clear. So you get a tabs bar, you get an 8 stack. Where does it call the tab? Okay. Yeah, and at some point I'm going to be able to understand what on earth flex row is all about. And I can probably see why the author didn't have that same resizing issue as me, because the container was changed to be the tab thing. But where's the call to... tabs bar? It's an H tag, but where was the call to tab? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Right. That's what I was trying to find. So we get an active tab. What's active tab? Active tab is a signal with a U size. Okay, but I'm using keys for tabs. And then tabs is a read signal of tabs. And tabs is what? A vector of tabs. So they're using an index into it as opposed to like a slot map, which is what I was using. Oh yeah, you could do it like that, a vector. Preserving the order, moving tabs left and right, and all this kind of thing are things that are going through my head right now. And it's entirely possible that using a slot map for tab storage, if you want to be able to preserve the order of things, is not probably the best choice if you want to be able to rearrange your tabs. Say if you've got a tab and you want to move it left, what do you do if you're using a slot map as your storage? If you've got a vector, you can swap the two things over, right? So probably using a vector is maybe the right thing to do, now that I think about it. For document storage it probably makes sense, but for tabs it maybe doesn't. Okay. I mean, it's not in my requirements, but... So what did he do? So active tab get... Yeah, because we have to do this enumeration thing instead, yeah. So using a slot map for the tabs is probably not the best idea. Additionally, I don't really know what would happen if you then sort of removed an element from the vector. And we can try it. I guess we can, once we add the close thing to the tabs, we'll find out. Likely the hard way, but you know, we'll see. Okay, so I don't want some of this. I want something else. Yeah, and then we don't need to do this empty thing if there's no tab selected. It probably takes care of all that for us. Okay. Let's see if I can do this change then. So I think first, instead of where we've got these tabs, we've got a slot map. So let's change this to be a vec. Should we? Yeah, we probably should. Yeah, and I suppose if our tab key was just you know, a type which had a U size inside it instead of what it currently is, then this would still make sense. Okay, so let's fix tab key so that it's not one of those. Right. So we're gonna do that. Let's compile that and see what happens now. Oh, it does help if you compile the right thing. Right. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, we buggered that up. I thought I'd run that. Okay, let's just fix these up because apparently you don't need these. Right. I'm not sure quite how that was working before. Maybe it wasn't working. We don't want that change. Clearly we need to do this, but did I not compile this before and run it? I thought I did. Okay, fix update for new button API. And then I'm putting a star there to remind me to squash it. Okay, so now and I suppose we need to do that as well. Damn it. There's always more. Right, and now we're dealing with like the tab key and all this kind of stuff, right? Oh. Okay. And it's complaining about stuff. So let's first change this to use the vector for the tab keys, and then change it into the tabs. So here we've got our din stack, and we get some tabs. But where do we use active tab here? We get the tabs from the each thing. You get an iterator. Oh, right, we don't have clone on the tab thing. That's fine. Can we just add copy to that? Isn't it already copy? Right. That's a bit better. Let's have a look. So we don't insert anymore. Insert, it wants to take an index into the array, but now we need to push things into it. We don't care about the key in this particular case. Well, we do care about the key. No, we don't care about the key because there's a semicolon. So we just push here now instead. And again here. But we need a key. So now we have to make our key instead. Which we can do by going let tab key tab key and then go tabs dot len -1, right? And why is this complaining? Right, there it goes. Right. This needs to be public. I suppose we can go pub, oh no, impl tab key, pub fun new. What am I doing? So that it's clear you're supposed to create it using an index. Right, and then it says the index. Something like that. And then I guess we need to do the same thing here. Right. Okay, we're getting there. Getting there. Don't need this anymore. Mismatch types. So what's going on here? So we're getting the tabs, but we don't have. I'm not sure why it's expecting two things here yet. Supposed to get the key from. Let me ditch this and go foo and see what it thinks this is. Right, so it's a tab kind. Why is it? How's it? How was it getting a tab key and a tab kind before? It's because the iterator on the vec gives you one of those things back, but the iterator on a slot map gives you two things back, because that's what you get back from here. Right. So do we need to go enumerate here? Yes. Probably. And I suppose we can go tab key new with the index. And call this index. But why is this now? Why is this now a U size here? Oh, it's because this is enumerate, so fine, but it's creating a key. What does it do with this key once you've done this? Where does this go? Yeah, that's fine. I guess it needs hash as well. It's fine. This, right, get using a tab key. Yeah, I suppose that's fine. And so if we use a deref on this thing, and then say self.0, and then make this U size. And then perhaps we can go star tab key. Yes. Right. So what's it suggesting here? tab key, and then whatever the thing is. Active tab key here is a U size. Yeah, so I don't want to have to keep creating these keys all the time. I've already got the keys. Seems a bit needless to have to recreate these all the time. But we'll do it. And then we'll convert the other bit. Of course. Yeah. Do you really want to do collect on here? It creates a new collection. Can we do that? Yeah, no. Because I thought this thing wanted into iterator. Do you not get that from enumerate? It gives you an iterator. I mean, yeah, okay. Can it work it out? Maybe it can work it out without me having to specify it. This is a U size and a thing, so yeah, and you just get the same issue. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's rubbish. Maybe we need to do the yeah, what are you supposed to do here then? Does doing this make any sense? Yeah. Use collect to allocate the iterator. We just went through this though, right? Yeah, you can't do that. It doesn't make any difference. What are you supposed to do? Can you do this? I see. I don't know the APIs for this, so there we go. The difference between iter and into iter. Yeah. Right. I don't want to collect in here. I don't want to create any new, a new collection thing or anything like that. I just want to use the same collection in place without copying it. So let's see if that works to change tabs. So if we do this, and now our tab key has just got an index in it, right? So that does indeed work. Right, so we're good. So we've changed that to use a vector. It's not pretty, but we're about to change it anyway. So, you know, one step at a time. One step at a time. So what do we do? Use a vector as signals and change the tab keys, basically, innit? So that's what we did. Yeah, all right then. Sure. So use a vector instead of a slot map for tabs. Yeah. And to allow porting to use tab instead of din stack. Is it din stack? Not din stack. Din container. Thus. All right. So now we're going to try using tab here instead. So let's do it. Tab. Now, what does tab need? It needs an active function. Which is not this. And I think we have to get the application state. And from the application state, get the active tab. Probably. Respect to the U size. This wants a U size, but that's okay. We can do that. Then we get the U size. Because this wants an index. Right. So then it wants an each function and a key function and a view function. Who knows what these are for? Let's look at the example. It's not very well documented, this. So tab. So, okay, so that's where we get the tabs from. That's fine. So we can move probably. And then we get the tabs using a signal. Right. That's probably that. And then we've got this key function. What does this do? What's it going to do with this key? What is the key? This is a bit weird, isn't it? I suppose it has to go from a reference of a list of tabs to But why? This is interesting, but okay, cool. Not sure about what this key function is supposed to be doing. What is the purpose of this? Let's see maybe how it's used. Key function. It iterates over the items and then uses the map key function as the argument to a map. But and then it does some hashing on them. It's yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to write. I mean, let's see what it looks like in art. So we've got this key function. We've got a move, probably, and we've got a Can we do this though? You see, cannot move. So we don't know what this is supposed to do. What is this star doing here? This is going from a tabs. Which is an enum, and it's going failing to understand what's going on here. I don't know what it's supposed to do. I don't know. Just give the same thing back. Active tab.get, probably wrong. Tab kind. Yeah, but this... We get an active tab. Why does it say we can't do that? Oh, we have to unwrap it first. Okay, that's fine. Right, and why does it want this? So the tab needs to call a function to work out which is the active one. Then you get an index back, right? Perhaps. And then you need to somehow get the tabs and be able to iterate on them. And then still don't know what this does. And then once you've got an active tab, you can do some stuff with it. But we haven't come to this bit yet. And here it says we've got a tab kind, right? But we've got this active tab already now. So that's probably because we've got active. This was basically the active tab, right? So some of that is handled above. We don't have the key anymore here. Do we? But why? Why is this doing? Why? You're supposed to create a view using the tabs, but you've got all the tabs and not a single tab. Because this isn't a collection, is it? That's why I'm getting confused. This tabs thing is badly named. I think. There are more than one tabs, it's true, but these things can be placed in a list. And if that was done, then this would be tabs. I think this should be tab, right? And you get either one of these or one of these or one of these. You don't get all of them. That's what's confusing me. Right. Okay. So now it makes more sense. Right. Yes. Okay. So the key I still don't know really what this key function's purpose is, because I've got a reference to a tab and then suddenly somehow I need to get it to a tab. But you know, why don't we just pass a reference to the tab in here and just dereference it in here? I don't know. Do we need to get the key from a reference to a tab? Tabs.get. This tabs is a vector of tabs. Right. Still don't know. Still don't know what this is supposed to be doing. I need my tab ID from somewhere. I can't get it. I want to print the tab ID. I was printing the tab ID before. But now I'm going to have to do that. But you see, I need my tab key. I don't have my tab key. should we be doing into it to enumerate here? Yes. Key function, and now we've got an index and a tab kind. Now we can go index, perhaps, and then we can go index active tab, probably. Yeah, what was wrong with that? Oh, damn it. Bloody undo button isn't Control Y. That's what I typed before, didn't I? Why didn't it do it? So I've got this, and I can create a key again from here. So let tab key equals tab key new from the index. I suppose I could move this into here. Which would be better. And then I can put that back again. But we need to probably do this. I think we might, but we're sort of getting there. Why is this a U size? I gave it the key. Why am I not getting this key back here? I mean, that's not what I expected it to do. Yeah, this, I don't know what this is for. No idea. It's not what I thought it was for. I thought this was to help create these arguments here, but it's not. No idea what it's for. Okay, so we don't need to dereference it. Then what we've got to do. So this tab is a tab kind. Oh, hold on. This needs to be this, and not the import thing. There we go, look. We've transitioned it, but does it work? Okay, well, we are displaying a tab, it's true. It does appear to work indeed. Right, but we still have this resize problem, so that's good, I suppose. Right, what do we do? Right, rename tab to for clarity in the call in the, what are these closures used by the call closure. I suppose it's the clarity in the tab argument closures. Because it's only one. And here, look, even this makes sense. This tab, tabs. Yeah. And in the method signature for tab button. See, and here it also makes sense. Look, tabs, read signal, a vector of tab, right? This is the tabs, this is a tab. I don't think I'm wrong here. Right, so we got this as a separate commit, which we can do as a pull request to the Floem project. So I can pull this out of this, but at least it won't confuse me when I look at it again. All right, now what? We've got some unused imports. So let's deal with the unused imports. Yeah, fine. Build again. No unused imports. Good. Right. What do we do? Use tab instead of din container. Right. That's what we did. And arguably it simplifies sort of like this, you know, getting the tabs and so on. It just breaks it out into like separate little bits. This key function though is a mystery to me. I've got no idea what it's for, why it's there. Let's put a note on that. What do we need a key, doesn't need to be in caps, to do? Investigate why we need this closure at all. It's not clear from the examples or documentation, and it's not clear from the, and there is no documentation. We don't know. We just wrote some code and it works, but we had no idea why we needed to write the code. And I don't know about you, but I don't like being in that position. Okay, so now what? Let's carry on reviewing the changes. So, right, content is a tab now. Look, we've got this tab over here, which is the same as what the author of this pull request did for us. We're using different kind of keys though. Yeah, we don't need to do all this yet. So using the vector is simpler than what we had with that slot map thing, because this is only needed because of the slot map, because you have to get the keys from the slot map. And we do the enumerator here instead, it's fine. You could use an index map for this as well. Or maybe these slot map people have a version of it where you can reorder things. I don't know. But I don't think that's its primary purpose. So we'll just carry on using a vector. It's fine. And then what's going on here now? Let's have a look, see what else we can see. Let's see. Okay. Now let's have a look at this. Why is there a signal here? So there's a document signal. Let's have a look at this. Document signal, try to update. So in this particular case, this app state documents is the slot map. Because this view is keyed, the tab state is maintained even when not in view, yeah. This docs.remove will only run the first time that this view is built. But why do you need to do a docs remove? So is it that you just need to have something that do you basically just need to do something with the signal so that it creates a subscription? Is that the point of this? What's the point of this code? What's it actually trying to do? Why is this code needed? Definitely don't understand that. Yeah, that's what's it trying to do? Why? Why? What is the document key at this point? Doctab.document key. Why do I ever want to try and remove a document from the list of documents? Like, why? Okay, I'm going to ask because that is indeed a mystery. No, not like that. This to this. Come on. There it goes. Let's create a bookmark. Yeah. That's pretty magic. Pretty magical. I don't know. So, you know, I don't have it. I haven't got this. And my code apparently works, but I don't know why this exists in this pull request. Yeah, don't understand. Don't understand. I know we've got some style changes, which is fine, and then here, yeah, and this is another thing I noticed. This, so they create a tuple and then call vstack on the tuple, as opposed to going vstack and passing some things in it. I mean, I guess it gets away without doing the double bracket thing on these things, but I don't know. I'm not sure I like it. I mean, so tuple stack X. So I'm guessing that this is newish. Yeah, last few days. Okay, so it's a different way of creating the stacks, basically. So yeah. Okay. Do we do that kind of thing anywhere else? No. Not in there. Use tuple stat X to improve readability. I'm not sure about that change. Okay. Then what? So we don't know why we need this. We'll wait for an answer as to why we might need it. Right, where are we at the moment? Let's have a look. Right, so we're trying to get to our requirements, get our requirements met. So yeah, so when we open one of these, we've got this at the moment, right? But we want to have this selection thing going on, and one of the ways of doing that was to use an editor which has a cursor instead of using a text thing. I thought I was going to be able to get the selection sort of index on this, but there's also weird behavior going on here. With this one, I can click and then immediately move the cursor left and right, the mouse pointer left and right, and it selects things, right? On this one over here, if I click and drag, nothing happens until I let go, and then it appears, which is definitely wrong. And I thought this might be something to do with the fact that I put an event on this control, but it's absolutely nothing to do with that. So there's some strange, odd, broken behavior in here anyway. Additionally, it seems you can't get the text selection from using the current API from this, and it maybe it automatically copies it to the clipboard when you let go. No, it doesn't. So like, what's the point of being able to select stuff if it just disappears? Like here, it doesn't disappear. And maybe I can go Control C. Yeah, and then I can paste in here, right? But this one, on the right hand side here, it doesn't let me select it properly anyway. I'm clicking and dragging. Then I let go, and then it's still moving around. But I've already let go, and at this point, this selection process should be finished. So it's not finished, so I have to click again, but then the selection's gone. And now I can't copy it from it either. So it's very, very broken right now, this. We could investigate why, but since the API doesn't let us do what we want to do to meet the requirements of this thing, we're going to do something else, which is what the author decided, the author of that PR also decided to do, which was to use an editor view here. Now I don't really need an editor view, but it suffices. So we'll do it. So we'll go back to the change and we'll look at the document tab. And all this code is commented out. Hi, Commander Guy. His question is, how's Floem doing so far? Better than the other ones. It's probably the best way to say it. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. There's ran into some gotcha, which you missed at the start of the stream, where it was panicking. Just to recap, we've made a whole bunch of changes today. Let's have a look at the git commit history. So, yeah. We ran into this problem this morning. So there was a panic. It was panicking. And the solution to it was very, very, very far away from where the actual panic was happening because of a gotcha. So we needed to make sure that a signal was created on the same thread as the application. And I didn't even know the callback was running in a different thread. So, you know, random gotchas like that, which as a noob, you're just never going to know about. You're never going to know about. And just to quickly recap what we're doing at the moment, some changes were suggested via this pull request to my repo. So what we're doing is going through each of the things in this file that we see and then creating a specific commit for that change and evaluating whether we like these changes or not. So at the moment, I'm trying to transition the document to use an editor view instead of the label that it's currently using. But then I opened up this and see that there's a whole bunch of commented out code here. So now I'm like, well, why is this all commented out in this? What happened to this? You know, because I'm still using this. So what was going on somewhere else? So I'm going to try and find out where it might be now. This is the open file, this is this bit, this is this bit. So we've got this document container build view. Oh, I've seen it transition here. So we've got this, we don't need this container thing, we just call build view on the type of document. Okay, interesting. Wait, what? Yeah, this basically is the match statement that I had in here, right? But maybe we don't need a din container anymore because the tab thing creates a container for us. Okay, so it feels like what have we got here? So we've got this. We've got a document tab, and then in this bit of code, what does it do? It's got the doc and it builds it directly, right? So we haven't got the key. We need to get the document itself. Do we have? We've only got the tab kind. Wait, how's this working then? Where's document coming from? Wait, what? So it goes, document signal is this, but where's this document coming from? It's got none here. How does this ever get set to anything that's not none? Okay. It is essentially trying to create a subscription. I still don't understand what this is really doing. And then it updates this document with this, right? So it tries to update it. But why do you need to update it? Why can't you just get it to create a subscription? So it gets the document from the app state documents, which is basically what this is doing, right? It gets the app state from we don't really want to pass in a key here or anything like this. Let's see if we can do this a different way. Let's try and pass in the document here. Right? So all we've got at the moment is we've got a document tab, and the document tab has a key. So this probably is not going to work for multiple different reasons. Build view document. Oop. And it's really just sorry, this is supposed to be document kind here. So the idea is we don't need to do any of this, and we don't really want this knowing about application state anyway, right? We shouldn't have all this stuff. Right. But we can't do this get thing, but we can do with here. And then move this into here. And then move this into here. And then let's see if how this fails. And this is supposed to return a view, right? Does this compile? Ooh, that compiles. Maybe let's have a look at this document kind. Do we think there should that document container thing should be? I don't think it really lives here. I think that should live here. That makes a bit more sense. Okay, let's see what happens now. Does this work? And here we are, Commander Guy. This is what it looks like now. So we can add home buttons and we can click them and it changes. We can go open and we can pick a text file and it shows a text file. And interestingly, that thing has now fixed itself. Because previously this was broken. That's interesting. Huh. Interesting. So what specifically in here might have fixed that? Was it the fact that there was another DIN container in there? Don't know. Because previously we had a DIN container and this view here wasn't reactive, like resizable or something. Okay, well that's interesting. It wasn't my intention to fix that with this particular change, but it fixed it anyway. But okay. 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 Yeah, file select. Yeah, I was about to, yesterday, Commander Guy, I was about to use the RFD crate myself directly, but then one of the contributors, Joe Moulton, says there's already native file select built in, but you have to enable it using a feature. So you can either use Tokyo or standard async. I randomly picked Tokyo out of the two choices. and it does appear to work. So that was good. Right, let's deal with all these warnings. So we don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. Apparently we don't need any VStacks anymore. That was interesting. I wonder why we don't need any VStacks now. Okay, so what do we do here? There's a couple of things that we did here. One is move document container into document mod, which makes sense because it's not really in the tabs. It's not really a because before it was in the tab, and it shouldn't really be there because it's just it doesn't know that it's in a tab. It was in the wrong place to start with. That was so that's one thing that we did, and then the other thing that we did was to remove the unnecessary container, and I think that was the bigger change. Remove unnecessary container din container from the document container. Right. Oh, I can't spell unnecessary. There we go. Some days I get it right, not today. There's too many similar letters in that word. Who came up with that word? I mean, like, why do we... Entomology or entomology? Which one is it? The history of, like, where words come from? Or versus the study of, like, ants or something? It's entomology, right? What's the entomology of unnecessary? Oh, I see. No, wrong. Entomology is the insects one. Is it entomology? Is it that one? No. I don't know what the word is. Never mind. Never mind. Right, so yeah, and the other thing that was important that we did in here was we removed the knowledge of application state. Remove knowledge of application state from document container. That's very important, that is. So this document container is now testable without application state. It shouldn't need application state to do its job. It should just be given the document kind and go render it and build a view, right? And it does that now, which is good. So, I mean, like, there's quite a lot of things, quite a lot of goodness that happened from this one commit. That's interesting. All right, next change. So, still don't entirely know why this was here, but my solution is like this now. Do I already have app state in here? Maybe I do. Maybe we can fix this up even more. Because I've got this app state. And then in this one, where was this? Where was app state here? App state's here at the start of... No. On the displaying tab bit. Let's look at this. Displaying tab. Yeah, I just use it here, so it's more local. I mean, we could bump this up here. And then if the other tabs need to use it, they've got it as well. Yeah, okay, we'll leave that there for now. There's an upcoming change. We'll just amend that one. Okay, fine. Next change. So let's look and see what else there is in here. And then we've got this, which we dealt with. We're inserting things, we're pushing things instead of that. It's fine. White space change. Yeah. And then what's going on here? Tab. Key. Y. This is interesting. What's the difference here? So why is this needed? There's a try update. And it just inserts and unwraps. No, it's just formatting change, that's fine. And then here we've got app state, tabs. Why try update? Why try update versus update? Oh, because of the key. Right, and this returns, try update returns a key and then you can do stuff, but I suppose it might be a bit better. Okay, we'll try it, we'll do it. We'll go. Yeah, but it doesn't really make much sense. I suppose it's okay. If we go try update here and then do this. There's not a lot in it, but it probably is slightly better like this. And we need to return the tab key here. And we need a bracket, I think. This was down here, wasn't it? Yeah. Right, what are we missing here? Where is it? But this is an option, but we need to unwrap it because it always works. But this is an option. Why does it? Oh, there it goes. That's better. But we don't need that, right? I suppose it's okay. I mean, it's a bit weird that this try update thing here gives us an option back anyway. I don't quite understand why this API is like this. But in our particular situation, it actually helps us. But only because the active tab is an option one of these. If this RW signal wasn't an option, then it wouldn't make any sense like that. It's fine. So it should probably work now. So we made a change here, which is just this, which is what? Clean up. Creation of new document tab, and setting the active tab, something like that. Next change. Right, so we've got that. We're getting through all this now. Yeah, you see, I specifically wanted the comma because the next thing that I'm going to be doing is adding another list, one on the end of them. It's fine. Yeah, and that's, you know, this is cleaner. Show home tabs. So what is this? Is this just white space? No, this is the same thing. Ah, okay. Okay, we'll do the same thing here. Let tab key and then put it in the same commit. So here we go. Tab key is this. And we take this and put it here. And take off the fact that it's an option. Oh, and this needs to be the try update. So we'll bundle that in with this. Make sure it compiles, I suppose. Yeah. Clearly works. We're good. Okay, so we've looked at all the changes in the main.rs file now. Now some of the more interesting ones is in this are in these, I suppose. Let's have a look. So the home tab. Let's have a look. So if you're using a VStack, you can just use a string, sure. And the tab key never changes, so you can just use a label, which I suppose is fine. But then there's also this other change that hasn't been done to this, which was doing it like this, right? And I suppose and that works. Okay. Yeah. What do we do here then? So this is clean up home tab view. Sure. Right, that one's dealt with. So that's the home tab. So now we've got the document tab. We've already dealt with that, so we can ignore that. Let's look at the text tab now. I think there's quite a few changes on this one, because this was updated to use an editor tab. So yeah, let's see. So this one uses an editor, and then you get a cursor, from which you can get the text selection. And then there's this also the extracting things. Okay, so let's see if we can do some of this. So, one of the things that we were doing was the extraction of these. Refactor, extract, variable, info, panel, right? And then we've got this content. Right, and then the other previous change was moving the HStack thing to use that new style of programming, which is this. And then we do the same thing here, I suppose. Right? So that's the first thing. Now, let's use the editor and do this and deal with this first. Right, and then this self.content is a string. And in this one, it's a string as well. And then this selection is done probably dynamically now. So let's deal with that. Because there's no selection in this text document. Now, that's all well and good, but that's no good if you want to quit the program, load it back up again, and have the same selection be made. That isn't on my list of requirements right now, so that's a bit of a feature creep, so I don't know. Maybe we'll just ignore that for now. But you see, I didn't want to do it. Because one of the other things that I wanted to do was add a status bar to this, where it shows you the selection in the message on the bottom right. Just, a bit like your IDE does. It shows like the cursor position and so on. So, in my IDE here, when I'm looking at stuff, you've got this little bit down here which changes. And I wanted to do that. It's not currently in my requirements, but let's just let's ignore that for now. Let's focus on meeting the requirements first. Right, so selection is gone, but we have a cursor. Which is that. Editor bracket. What does this do? That's kind of weird. Oh, I see. It's a text editor, and then you get an editor. But what's an editor? An editor is a thing, and it's got a cursor. Yeah. Okay, which is a signal. Okay, interesting. So the idea then is to what? Where's this editor and cursor used? Let's see if we can find this. So in the info panel, we've got this selection chunk here, right? highlighting level, that's what I'm looking for. No? Oh, wait. That's better. Right. That's what we want for now. Right. So it goes get the cursor, and then if there's some selection, then it makes something, right? And I had this nice little map thing here where we do that, right? So I think we can use something between the two approaches to do it. So the selection here is from self-selection, but this is going to go. Right? So now we don't have this. So we need to use something else. We've got a cursor and we get from it. And this get gives us a cursor. Okay. And then this thing, what was it doing? Oh, there's a method on it called get selection. Fine. Okay, good. Cursor.get selection. And that gives us an optional thing. Right, and this it's got two U sizes, and let's see if my guess about putting the offset and length first was correct for this. A start and an end position. Because here I've got, I don't want a start and an end. I want this. So I guess we have to do that, right? To get an offset and a length. Something like that. What happens now? Right, we don't need to get on this anymore. We just need to map it because we've already got it. Right, let's have a look at this. Why does this work here and not here? So, content string, right? And it goes build view takes a self. It consumes itself, which I suppose is okay, yeah. Because the build view is only ever created once. Okay, let's look at that. Build view. But here, we've got a reference. That's interesting. So I suppose we don't need a reference there, in which means that this document I see, and this might make more sense as to why it was doing the remove on that now. The plot thickens. Right. But I don't want to remove it. I don't want to remove it. I mean, I can see why it might work like that. Because what I wanted was to be able to display two views of the same document, which I know isn't in my requirements that I've got, but I did mention it yesterday in the stream. And if you take the document out of the list of documents, then you can't take it out again for the second tab of the same document. So that ain't never going to work. So we've got to undo this. And therefore this build view needs to take a reference to self. And then we have to do something else other than this. But text editor needs a rope. Something that can be converted into a rope. I don't know what a rope is. Yeah. Okay. Probably this text editor is not really designed to have multiple views of the same thing on it. So I can't meet my requirements using this text editor, but my requirements is just sort of like yeah. I would need something else for that. But okay, I mean, this is going to meet my requirements for now. Right, let's see what happens now. So we're going to go open a text file. Oh, well, we didn't actually use the editor, did we? We kind of need to use the editor. Some strangeness going on. Content. Right, so content. Alright, this is where the self content was. So I suppose we can just delete all this because it's all rubbish, and go editor here. There we go, look, we've got an editor. Right, we can select text. Well, let's see what happens. I've got some text selected, I go to the Home tab, and then I go back over here, and it's still there, which is exactly what I wanted. Right, but this offset and length thing here isn't being updated yet. So we need to fix that somehow. Let's look for that. So it was definitely working in this. Where's the editor? Don't really care too much about the style of the editor. I just want the event things to work. Right, so there's get selection, there's get selection count. Yeah, not too bothered about that. This is just like some additional stuff which we don't really need. I don't know why we really need this. Seems a bit random. But the point is that we're supposed to be using the cursor to get the selection. Why then would why would it not be updating? Because this cursor get is on a signal, right? Right. So why is that not reactive right now? Oh, it's because it's got static label. No, and that's not it. Static label is just the word selection. That's fine. And then the bit that appears after that is the bit that's supposed to be dynamic. Yeah, why doesn't that work? Do we need to do... What do we need to do here? Oh, perhaps this bit needs to be inside here. Temporally coupled code. The fact that this get call is here means that this label will probably get dynamically updated now. When it was up here in the H stack, it didn't make any difference. I'm guessing. But let's see. Yes, you see? I guessed right. Oh, panic, crash. Oh dear. What happened? I undid my selection. I moved my selection backwards and it died. Attempt to subtract with overflow. Oh, because the start and the end might be... right, if you select backwards, yeah, okay, fine. Is that why there was this get selections? Was it get selections? Get selection count, that was it. What's this get selection count? Is there selection regions.len? So it's not really the count of the wait. Can you do multiple selections? Oh, I see. You can. So get selection gives you start and end. One might be lower than the other. What's the best way of fixing that? I suppose we just need to typecast them. I32. Can we do this? Can we do that? No. What programming language we need to do is I30. Can we do this? I forget what language I'm doing sometimes as to do the how you do the typecasting. It was that way. And then you can get a negative number, right? And it's all going to be fine. So the bug was when you selected text, it's fine this way, but if you select it backwards, it's like this way. But then we need an abs on it. Can we go dot abs? Yeah, that. So you saw where the negative number issue came from. We're good. So if I go forwards 1, I've got 1. If I go backwards 1, I've got 1. I mean, you can't recreate that selection from that length thing, but you know, you can recreate it from the start and the end. But we're not storing any of this at the moment, so it's only for display purposes. So everything's fine. Everything's fine. It is correct. There are that many things done. Yeah, I suppose you could. Yeah, it's fine. Right. So apparently this view is tracked even when it's not displayed, which is the whole point of this, right? You don't want to cause an expensive refresh to go and get all and load up the data and all this kind of stuff and recreate everything. So in this regard, this is working out very nicely for me. I can see this working out very nicely when I start to integrate this with my Crux app. Okay, so what do we do? What did we do? We did a couple of things. So we use an editor. Well, I suppose we can get rid of these now. Right. It does now because of the weird container that it was in, so this is actually fixed. That should have been in the previous commit. I'll squish that and rearrange it. So what are we doing? Use. Well, I've got two things going on here, which we probably should have done as two separate commits. So what we're doing, use when creating B stacks and H stacks, because we've got an, I don't know. Not quite. Make sure it compiles. Yeah. So we're doing that. And then the other thing we're doing is use an editor instead of a label for the content. Right. Now we need to delete this fix me because this actually works. Sizing, which was fixed by other commit. Blah blah blah. We're going to squish that. Let's do that now. So what was that in? Use tab instead of dim container. I think it was this one, wasn't it? Maybe it wasn't that one. Oh no, it was this one. I think it was that one. Which was the one that fixed that resizing thing? Who remembers? Not me. Oh dear. What editor are we using? So we're good here. So let's just check out that commit for a moment, because I don't remember which one it was. Copy revision number. Let's run that. Yeah, it did Commander Guy, but I need to squish this commit into the one that fixed it. So this was, it's broken in this commit, right? So it wasn't that commit that fixed it. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one, look. Okay, fine. So the commit number was Bob81. All right, fine. So this one needs to go here. How do you paste in this silly editor? U, control U. There it is. Oh. I want to fix up. Oh, nuts. Do I want to? No. Oh, rebase. Let's do that a different way. Let's stop for editing. Right, and then we're going to just delete this comment here because it is actually fixed there. There we go. And now we expect the last commit to not work, then we'll just skip it. Yeah. Okay, I'll deal with this. We want everything. And we want... The only thing we don't want is this comment over here. So we're going to keep all of this and then delete the comment again and ignore all of this. Not sure why I've got an error message here for rebasing 30 of 30. So what happens if you start a rebase on the command line and then try and use your IDE? You run into all kinds of weird issues. It's like resolving the conflicts, fine. But this, the button that was up here earlier wasn't a happy bunny. Right, does it work still? Did we bugger up the rebasing? Okay, here we go. So, we've got a text file. And we can we're good. Whew. Okay, 3 hours and 15 minutes so far in this one. Right. So we've got a text file. We can probably open multiple text files. Should we try opening another text file that's slightly different? Assets. Let's just copy and paste this text file to, yes, another example text file with a bit more content. It's great. No. Something like that. Yeah, why not? Yeah. Sure. Run it again. Right. Now we're going to open two different documents. Text file 1, text file 2. We've got some content, and we've got some content, and we can futz around with it. Right. So, you know, it's kind of doing what we want. We're not losing anything. Vizier and Freya authors, take note of this. That's what I've been trying to do. Yeah? Tabs, documents that you can change, maintain state without reloading files, all this kind of thing. Floem, guys, good job. Yeah. So with the Floem stuff so far, let's take a moment to just reflect where we are now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Right, so we're just going to have a look at the pain points list that I've made over the last few days, right? There was one problem with the signals that can't be created by callbacks on different threads. Yeah, that was a complete and utter gotcha. You've never found that in a million years. What else? No real pain points yesterday other than that I noted. There's some oddities about stacks with no flow directions. Don't like some of the method signature, the abbreviations on them. Don't like the data and info suffix everywhere. These aren't deal breakers, but they're not great. There was no example on how to create application state. That's still valid. No example button on the button function Rust doc, one of the most common elements you might need. That's still valid. No IDE auto completion. That's still valid. No idea about the difference of event handlers. Maybe I can find out more from the documentation, but it's still not clear. And there was still this unknown reason why using a mutex in the application state caused application hang. That was very frustrating when that happened. So the list of pain points isn't that bad, really. I mean, a lot of them are sort of like documentation issues and lack of examples and styling issues, but not, you know, they're not too bad overall. Not too bad overall. Visio pain points. Yeah. Wasn't able to effectively create views and lenses. That was confusing. I haven't yet tried creating a view in Floem. I keep forgetting the name of this library that we're trying to use. I keep thinking of Freya. I haven't tried creating a view yet. That'll be interesting to see what happens when I do. I'm happy that there are no lenses in this, because the lenses in Visio were killing me. That's interesting, isn't it, I suppose? That is interesting, a different approach. So it's possible without these lenses. Interesting. Additionally, I like the fact that everything's in Rust and there aren't any of these macros and all this kind of stuff, which I really hated in Freya. Right, let's go back a bit further. Tab view didn't work for what we wanted it to use. That was a real problem. Problems with understanding how to use lenses effectively, yeah. I ran into a bug. It wasn't the end of the world. Didn't like the Boolean arguments on some of the Visio stuff. I think that's supposed to be view. More pain points. Unused code in the library. Yeah, didn't like that. I haven't yet found any commented out code in the Floem codebase. I've not looked too hard for it, but I didn't find examples with like 90% of the example commented out. Yeah. And more pain points. Don't understand lenses. Yeah, you see, these lenses were the main issue with Visio that I was having issues with, really. And I had lots of concerns about Visio, the lack of tests, no code coverage, no published releases, lack of support for any application testing. So let's make some notes, because there were some good points in Visio that I liked. So let's go Floem concerns. No accessibility. No built-in. I'm not sure whether this is a concern. It's more of an observation, this is. Let's go. No built-in what you're asking. No built-in support for i18n. Now it feels to me like it's a problem if there's no accessibility built into it, but it's not a problem if there's no internationalization support built into it. But maybe it is when you want to change the language. Then it is a concern. What happens to the UI if you change the language? Because in Visio, the changes are reflected immediately. Right. Yes. I spelt Floem wrong as well. So that is an issue. Because one of my requirements for this, and let's not forget this, one of my requirements is a toolbar that has a language drop down that lets you choose between two languages. Yeah. Right, let's see how many of these requirements we've actually met. Resizable main window, yes. Open button, yes. Native file selector, which allows you to choose a file, yes. When a file type is open, depending on the file type, shows different content in the tab, yes. And let's just sort of, you know, I can pick an image file. I've not displayed the image yet, but we'll get to that, right? But I've got text documents and I've got image documents. We just haven't done the displaying of the image yet, right? So fine, new button. When click, the new tab is shown. We haven't done this yet. We haven't done the new tab. We've got to do that. Yeah, we've got to do that. I suppose that's going to be next. Language drop down. We haven't got languages. Tab bar. When all the tabs won't fit in the title, there must be some controls that allow them to be selected. Yeah, we are pretty sure we've not got any of this yet. So if I resize this over here, it doesn't do any of that, right? If I do this, they just, you know, wander off the edge of the window. So we need to deal with that. So we haven't met that yet. Selecting a tab changes the content area below the tab bar. Does that. It must be obvious which tab is selected when there are only two tabs. We've not done any styling of tabs yet. Oh, I've lost my... Where's my IDE gone? There he is. We've not done that yet. All the tabs look the same. Don't know which one's selected. Actually, technically, it has actually got a little thing around it, but does that disappear? Yeah, it disappears when you click off it. So we haven't got that yet. Each tab should be closable. Yeah, we've not done that yet. Tab content displays the content for the tab. It does that. Maintain its state without expensive reloads and refreshing of the state. Yes, that's a big one. Right, let me just check to make sure it's not got multi-select on. No, it doesn't. Good. That's a big one. That's like one of the most important things. Right, home tab displays a welcome message. Yeah, we haven't done some of this yet, and we haven't done the open on startup thing, but we did do the state. So we haven't really done this bit yet. New tab, we've not addressed this at all yet. Text tab, file name, maintain text selection, maintain character position, maintain file content. We haven't done that bit yet. We can do that, but that's not totally hideous. The idea is that it might be a time-consuming process to open up a tab to load a file, and you don't really want to block the UI while it's doing it, right? I mean, maybe you could, maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. But it's in my list of requirements anyway. I want to see how you do it, because it normally involves, like, either doing some like async thing, spooling up a thread, and then on the end of a thread doing a signal and sending a message and all that kind of stuff, right? That's why it's in requirements. It's a discovery point. Image tab shows the image. We haven't done that yet. We haven't done any of this yet. We haven't done much of this yet. So we haven't done most of this. Okay. Scroll bar should appear if the content does not fit the window. Let's see what happens currently. We don't have the scroll thing yet. I did notice that in that PR to the project that there was some like scroll thing that appeared there. So we need to do that. We haven't done that yet. But you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. This is a fairly complicated set of requirements, right? For any GUI framework to be able to deal with. And it is meeting most of them so far, and all the ones that it's not met, I'm not overly worried about at this point. Application state must be loaded on program start and saved as appropriate. We've done that because if you remember, we've got we do honestly have it somewhere. We've got this thing, right? And if I set this to false, oh well, don't do it now. It's just going to be overwritten by the program when I close it. If I set this to false and run it, oh, Houston, we have a problem. Yeah, okay. I think we need to dig into that. Let's dig into that. Why did that fail? Because it's because there were no tabs. That worked before. What happens now then? Oh, we've broken it. Oh dear. What happened? Probably, but where? Maybe we shouldn't be using unwrap here. But the problem is, this tab thing specifically wants a U size. So I went from a working didn't contain a tab switching system to one that doesn't work with no tabs. Yeah, that's broken, isn't it? I mean, why does it need to be a U size? What does it do with this U size? Active. And it passes active to this, and it's got a U size here, which could be generic, right? Key. 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 Let's put active key. I'm just going to see if this works, you know. IF is this, which takes I. Let's put AK here. We're going to find out why this might not work. Yeah, you know. Right, so we've got this AK and we've got AK. Right. But what happens? What's this tab state? Yeah, okay. We're just not going to have a tab state, right? Right. Oh, this must be AK. I'm just kind of curious as to. Yeah, create effect, update state, right. But if this is. Wait a second, hold on. This needs to be. I mean, there's 3 states, isn't there? None. If it's active, you've got a type of AK, right? This needs to be an option, one of these. Because there might not be a tab. Yeah. Yeah, this needs to be an option here as well, I guess, doesn't it? I don't understand how this works. I'm just trying to fix the API and then deal with the fallout and see what happens. So what are we in here? Inspector. Well, this inspector is assuming one always exists. So in this particular case, we're going to say that it is there. Let's have a look here, right? So this needs to be. There you see. Active function here. So this is where it all goes pear-shaped, right? I think what we need to do is map this active fun. Not map, match. Right. And if it's some thing, key, I suppose, then we do what it was doing before. Right, and if it's none, then I suppose we have to do probably an update state, but instead of being active, we go none now. And it doesn't take anything. And then this needs to be the key. And let's rename this to key. Maybe active key, in fact. Active key, AK, yeah. We're supposed to have that there. I did the wrong thing there. Okay, fine. Let's see where we get now. That's fine. Probably. Right, active. No. Not 0. None. That's part of where the problem was occurring. So, update state, diff. Now, yeah, okay. It probably does need those. Right, debug name. What's this? Self.active. Right, so this AK needs plus debug on it. Oh, display. Is that right? Not really sure about this. So it's got debug name. It feels like this should only be implemented if AK supports display. When is this ever used? Box none view, yeah. Maybe it's used, yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, it's probably for that inspector thing, isn't it? Yeah. Well, let's do this. AK doesn't implement debug. Yeah, exactly. So let's do that. Wait, what? Oh, well, yeah, we need to import it. Come on. There. Try again. Okay, mismatch types. So we've got to deal with this third state now. What do we do in the case of going from a tab to no tab? Honestly, no idea what we'd put in here. Because don't know. This is more about the implementation of it. But let's see what happens if we don't do anything. Yeah, I mean, like, it's going to do this to start with, and then if you close the last tab, it's going to do this as well. But we haven't got any way of closing tabs yet, so we can't probably test much of this. Let's have a look here. So, self-to-active. Yeah, we would replace that with some active, I suppose. What have I got here? There it goes. Come on, IDE, keep up. Option AK. Where? Wait, expected type parameter AK, but found this. Wait, what? Oh, wait, hold on. That one. So we're either applying diff, or we're doing that, or we're doing this, and then we're matching stuff, and yeah. So it's bitching about that, bitching about that, and bitching about this. Let's deal with the U-size ones first. That should be hyphenated. If I doesn't equal self.active, well, display none for non-active child. So I suppose this I is a U size, but why is this? Right, so this is enumerating across here. We need to be able to compare the two keys. This children method is... Oh, no, we're getting into the weeds now. Not sure we're going to be able to fix this very easily. No, it's okay. It's maybe it just needs to be an option U size rather than right. Okay, so we need an index here. Okay, instead of introducing that new type, let's put that back. There might be better ways of doing this, but let's just make this optional. Maybe going to a type was a stretch too far. We've got a U size, so it's fine. We've got this, it's fine. Everything's fine. So now we can go match self.active. Right. And then we've got the index. And then we can do whatever it was doing before. So if there is something, then we do this. If active index is I, And then I guess we need the other case where there is an active index, but it's not this one. And then we've got our new case, which is this one, which is probably this. Maybe. And then we delete this, perhaps. Not quite sure why there's a comma at the end there, but we'll... Set takes 2 arguments. Come on, build him, build a lot. Why has it got this there? I don't know where that came from. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Which I suppose, yeah, no, we'll keep that there. Paint. Right, so an active might be none. So I suppose if there's nothing to actually do, let's just try this. And then it doesn't do anything, it doesn't paint if there's no active thing. I don't know whether it needs to paint if there's no active thing, it might do. But if we don't have a view to paint, then we can't paint anything, so... Right, now what's going on with these two here? Mismatch types. Self.active, right, is optional U size. And this active here is a U size. Why is it complaining about this? And this. Mismatch types. Expected U size. Right. I thought you could maybe just call take on this instead of replacing it. Yeah, okay, we'll do it that way. I might just be misremembering how to do it. So we take it and we don't care what the last thing was. Let's see what happens now. Oi, come back. Right. So now we've got to deal with something. We've got this active tab and we get it, right? Right, and this gives us an optional tab key. So we just need to map that to an optional U size. So instead of doing this, we'd go map. I think we just dereference it like this, and then we still get the option, but now it contains a U size. I think it's something like that. Yes. Okay, what happens? We've got no tabs. What do you think is going to happen when I press add home? Crash, no tab bar that works properly. Those are your options. Oh my god. I mean, it's not totally broken, is it? That's interesting. I mean, yeah. But what we need to do is we don't know that this is working 100% fixed or improved, depending on how you look at it, until we've got the ability to close all the tabs. I suppose we can quickly hack in a button that says close all. Let's do it. Why not? I'm a glutton for punishment today. Close all the other tabs. Right, let's go. So we've got these buttons on the toolbar, and let's say button close all. Pressed. Right. We're going to try this. And we've got this add home, and this is similar to what we need to be doing. Fun. Everything's fun. We need to get the app thing and then clear it, right? Probably. Close or pressed. Because we want to be able to close each tab independently, so we're going to need the close functionality. So we're just going to do it for all of them before we start adding buttons to tabs and things like this. You know, buttons inside buttons. That's going to be fun. So if we go app state dot active tab dot set none. Right, that's one thing we need to do. Now the order of which way you do these things may have an impact on the order that the effects are run on. So perhaps we should set the active tab to none first, and then remove all the tabs. As opposed to when you create a tab, it's the other way around, right? We add a tab and then we say, look, the active tab is this thing we've just created. Tabs dot let's do an update. And maybe we can go tabs dot clear. And maybe it's just as simple as that. Okay. Add home. Oh my god, it works. I mean, the tab bar disappears, but you know. okay, you know, doesn't entirely suck. Close all. Seems to work fairly reliably. So yeah. Okay. Let's do 2 commits here. So one thing we've done is futz around with this, which is probably okay, and the other thing is futz around with this. So this is a change to Floem itself, which we might do as a pull request or something. What are we doing? We're saying allow tab to have no active tabs. Let's put, I think this is a common scenario when using a tabbed interface with 1 tab per document without any documents having yet been loaded. Thus, and then we've got a close all button, and we basically just kept it as an option there. So minor changes to production code, which is good, and then we had a close all button. Add close all button to demonstrate that, demonstrate what happens. I mean, it's not really demonstrate. It's not really quite the right word. What happens to the tab bar when there are no open tabs? Like, the tab bar is currently disappearing. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing at this point. We might want to add like a min height to this thing or something like that, so that it is always there, so that, you know, people can add like a little plus button to the tab bar, and no, but it would be to the left of it. It's probably okay that it disappears, because if you added a tab bar and the tabs were in, the actual tabs themselves were in a container within inside the tab bar, and then the tab bar itself had a plus button and then left and right buttons and so on, and the little arrow down button to pick all the ones that it can't quite fit, then it kind of makes sense to display that even when there are no tabs, and then the bit that's got the tabs in it in the middle disappears when it is, but the container for it would still be there. It's probably okay like that. I'm going to go with it. Right. Go back to the requirements. We found this panic as we went through the requirements, right? Application state must be loaded and start up and saved as appropriate. So the problem we had that we didn't have yesterday until we started using the tab thing was that when my config, this thing, has false in here, it crashed on startup, right? It doesn't do that by default, because currently there would be no way to get the home tab back unless you click the add home button, which is only a temporary thing anyway. So we don't want to default this to be false. even though that would have caused issues with the author of the PR today. Yeah, with his solution, because the solution of using tab had a bug in it. I'll let him know that. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so I think we made pretty good progress for now. Let's have a look. Open tab on startup, because this is what, we've got this open home tab on startup boolean initially true, you see. If this was initially false, then he would have seen the crash. List of currently open files is fine, yeah. Yeah. We haven't done this bit yet. We're going to do this at some point. Bonus points. Add display in window tab. Yeah, okay, fine. So we're getting there. So I think the main thing to do is display images and add the form to allow us to create documents. So yeah, I'll start tackling that at some point. Right, I'm going to get a break now because we've been going quite a while today. Pain points. Let me make a note of this though. Tab doesn't support having no tabs. Maybe the intention was that you don't even display the tabs unless you've got tabs. But that doesn't feel right to me. Like a conditionally displayed view. It just feels like the view should just handle that. Okay. Yeah. Let's put tab view. Doesn't support having no tabs. Note. Fixed by minor code changes to Floem. I mean, I say it's fixed, it's not right. I just hacked it up, right? Maybe other people won't like my hack, it's possible. But maybe it's going in the right direction, I don't know. Might need some assistance on that. Righto, so that's going to be it for today. So just remember, folks, it's only software. How hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one. See ya.